A lot of Jun stuff. Now look at the idea concept of this deck. You got rogues. These rogues can get death touch. We got Flynn. We got Finn, actually. Actually, my baseball coach was named Finn, believe it or not. Whenever a creature you control with death touch deals damage to a player, they get 2 poison counters. If they have 10 or more poison counters, they're dead. So 5 death touchers hit your opponent, they're dead. Now notice this rogue right here. He's a rogue, so he feeds into this, the Guild Enforcer. But also notice that all of your creatures have death touch. And I said, well, that's pretty good with Finn. This card right here kills White Weenie. You want a card that kills White Weenie, Crippling Fear. Choose a creature type. Creatures that aren't of the chosen type get -3/-3. You want to kill their clerics. And it kills that silly little guy that has indestructible. It kills this dude. It kills these dogs. Just kill them. -3/-3. So, that's a work in progress. So we have this right here. And I've gone already over the deck in the archive, so you can go ahead and check it out. I'm not going to spend too much time on this, so we're going to go ahead and jump in and play a few matches. And we're going to go ahead to traditional, go with Jun Midrange, and we're going to go right ahead into that. I hope you're having a good day. It is late. I'm going to start making videos a little bit earlier. But guys, with grad school and stuff like that, there's subjects that I'm studying. I'll personally admit to you, I don't know too much about. So it's a big learning curve for me this time around. I figured I already have my degrees and everything, but I figured during COVID to go back. All right. Well, 27 land on the deck and nothing in our hands isn't really that good. So anyway, let's sit back here and yeah, hopefully we can do everything like
coffee in the big time, yeah. Cup of coffee in the big time because you'll never get close.
All right, so let's see here. Let's maul this hand, obviously. We'll keep this. I don't know what my opponent has, so actually, let's do it that way. Drop that into the battlefield. Probably since we're playing Sultai. So he's playing Radkos with white. How do I know that? Because people are only playing like this, the same 5 decks. That's all that they're playing in. The shuffler gives you triple of everything. Cool. Algorithms don't change. That's awesome. Alright, and here we go. I'll take Woe Strider. And we'll pass a turn. Alright, so we'll just resolve that. Q. What's the best mill? Self mill. So I tell myself. Whoa ho ho Strider. Oh, that's right, he can sacrifice it with village rights. Gosh, Rakdos is so annoying. So here we go. Bone Crusher. Do. Yeah, he'll trade. Cool. Land return. Got to be careful with these decks because they can just claim the firstborn. So hard to play against. Well, that sucked. But that's actually cute. The Battle of Theros. Well, that didn't last long now, did it? Kronos Unchained. Yeah, he's a big boy. He's a 12-12. He's all grown up. Boy, this music's just like... How did it even make my list? Has that. Okay, good game. So how do we approach Rakdos? I should just keep Archon of War in there. Let's just like blitz their hand. Well, alrighty, Nissa, shadowed Boughs. need that red. Always has removal on deck. So we'll go ahead and just get a red. I guess we can't dismiss green here. I don't know, just give them a hard time. This way they can't gain control of it, like claim the firstborn. So we can just kind of go after them. Yes, sir. And pulls a rankle. Well, Nissa lasted. She did her job, I guess. Let's not do any of that because they might have hand removal themselves. So we'll see. Claim my 2/2. Alright. Getting smacked around a little bit. We have nothing but land, so it's okay, we can discard that. Our poor little 2/2. Huh. No Kroxa, no Kronos. Man, what do I want to eliminate here? What do I want to take out? Do I want to take out Claim the Firstborn? Probably Kroxa, right? Claim the Firstborn's pretty bad though too, but Archron War. Sorry, niece. Gots to go. And top deck's Archon of War. We know he top decked it because we looked at his entire library. Not good. Oh. See, the Death Toucher Jund. This one. Maybe put these on the sideboard. Main board this. In theory, this should work. The Great Henge is underperforming in the deck. I'm actually going to put in... Actually, my mana base... I have 8 red sources. Too bad there wasn't a Jund Triome. Like, just for Jund. Like, just a Jund Triome. Red, black. Because my greatest color is green, so we want red, green. Red, green, red, green. Maybe put an Embercleave. $32 creatures. That's a lot of creatures. It's a lot of Death Touch. All these guys can get Death Touch or have it. This is where I miss Paradise Druid. Isn't there like a creature that just adds 1 mana of any color? This guy is pretty good. Create a colorless, no artifact token with add 1 mana of any color. Look at the top 4 cards of your library and cast any spell among them without paying their mana cost. On a 2/4 body. I don't know. I'm going to play this one. So we have rogues, but we have the one rogue that gives all creatures death touch. So will we be the victim, or will Andre be the victim? I have no idea. So we don't see any Orions. Oh, no, wait. No, we do. So it's Sultai for the 1000th time. Okay. And a bunch of land. Alright, so we'll play with the Triome. So we got Finn, Battle Mammoth, and a lot of land. And the trend continues. All right. Get those poison counters on them. Disdainful Stroke. Yeah, he's getting screwed on mana really bad. Really, really bad. Not anymore, but... Alright, so we have to outchase this Emergent ultimatum. We need to get more than just lands here. We need to really chase this thing down. Shadow's Verdict would be bad. He could have a Shark Typhoon. Board wipe? Yeah, that's what I thought. I was thinking that. but single removal. A lot of lands. And he's gonna get that Emergent ultimatum, more than likely. Or next turn. Can creatures still win? So he'll go get a Tibble, the free turn thing, and then either like a Shark Typhoon or a... Yeah. There needs to be a ruling change on the card. You should not be able to cast it. They had to do that. They had to do that in Modern. You can't cast the other side. So we have to kill them in 6 turns or less. You got to kill them in 6 or less. Let's see here. Let's see. Pokronos Unchained in this matchup. Let me just cut one. These are still 30 creatures, jeez. Oh, am I going over the cards too fast? Oh. There's our opening hand. I'm not saying it's the greatest. We have to kill them 6 turns or less. View it as the new Wilderness Reclamation, right? Remember when you had to kill them really quickly? We'll take out Cultivate. Slow them down a little bit. Slide up in there and get 1 damage. All right. So we got to figure Sultai out. Hands down the #1 deck in Standard. White Weenie. Maybe a close second. He'll just kill Questing Beast, but I'd rather have this, honestly. He's going to use this next turn. Oh, okay, I'm happy. Oh. All right. So he actually costs one less. He's actually a rogue. Believe it or not, he's a rogue. I still don't think this is fast enough. A mana does not help. So our only hope is that he does not get an ultimatum. And he's probably, yeah, so the reason why he took agnozing remorse is so he can draw a card to get into Emergent ultimatum. Does he have it? The suspense. It doesn't have to be this suspenseful. Either you I have no cards in my hand. I have nothing. He could have a Shark Typhoon. Oh well. Only thing I can be thinking of is that he's going to use Cling to Dust on something. Or there's a Shark Typhoon. There you go. Down to 4. Kajund Rogue Death Touch. Whatever this deck would be called. Can it survive Sultai? And another land. What is full swing? He still has this. He can still clean the dust. He can exile a creature card. Gain 3 life. Yeah, Luminarch Bloodmouth. Or Luminous, where everything comes back into play as a 1/1 flyer token. Or, yeah, it comes back as a token flyer. We're just going to hold this and pretend like we have something when we don't. I imagine you would just either cling to dust to draw another card, or just crack this and scry 2. Or gain 3 life. So if this continues, what could we draw? Questing Beast would be pretty good. Our Flying Death Toucher would be great. But then again, I was gonna say if he doesn't have anything, he might as well just cast Yorion. Yeah. Oh, there's the beast. The beast came too late, but we'll cast him anyway. Yeah, with this we're just attacking with everything. I think he'll get the Emergent ultimatum because we're kind of taking forever. I don't know what our opponent can have. So he can cling to dust one more time. Or just use that. Anything in this top deck. So he's just thinning his deck out to improve his chances of top decking Emergent Ultimatum. And unfortunately we get land. He's still searching. Well, his odds of having it are... I'm honestly... You know what? Even in an 80-card deck, he has to have gotten it now. I mean, he just ripped through half his deck. And... I think all the mana's like clumped. We have 30 creatures in the deck. And there it is. Yeah, and I think that's GG, because this deck is not designed to go. So we'll just do that, not be sore losers, but indirectly be sore losers. Yeah, you have to scroll through it. You have to shuffle your own deck. So this deck is designed to... It's got 32 creatures. It had 30 on the sideboard, so we kind of got flooded. But I don't know if this deck is just quick enough. I have 24 land in the deck. Yeah, you know, it's really their Emergent ultimatum. Nightmare Shepherd is gonna. It's good for single removal, but extinction events. They there's so much removal in black. Like there's three. There's extinction event, Shadow's Verdict, which arguably could be even a worse board wipe, and then you have the new board wipe for 6 mana. And then you have to think they have Eliminates, Heartless Axe, and Bloodchief Thirst, 2 mana or less. So all they have to do is just sit back, kill, and then they get Emergent Ultimatum, and then they just win. And if you play a counterspell deck, then you're going to lose versus the field. So if you play a counterspell deck, you'll win versus Sultai, but you'll lose versus the field. Let's see here. Theos? Are you talking about that, I forget. Oh, Theos. Oh, here's the thing with Emergent Ultimatum, they're casting from exile. It'll get around it. That's the thing about Emergent Ultimatum. That's the problem with the card, is that an opponent chooses one of the you cast the cards without paying their mana cost, but you're putting the cards in exile. Which guy are you talking about? The one that's... Are you talking about the one guy that just removes stuff from graveyards? Or this one? Let's see. Whenever a creature card with a coin counter on it. We can have like a 4-color deck. That is interesting, though. If we play with green, white, black, because you need green to really get this out fast. I wonder if he'd be more suited in my enchantment deck. But we would need more creatures. Mine is just more enchantment based. So that one wouldn't be able to go in this deck. Because this deck kind of wins off of... It's weird how this deck wins. It wins off of Saga's creating creatures and planeswalkers with enchantment removal. This deck... I'd have to splash white. It'd be weird. It's possible. Yeah, Ugin's really still good. um... Let me see something for a second. Let me go back to my artifact. My... I think I was going a little bit overboard with that. Yeah, if you can get him out early, he's a really good one. If you can get him out early versus Sultai. Like I see what you're saying. You'd have to get him out pretty quick for a Sultai. And they do play with like a bunch of disdainful strokes. We'll see how this enchantment goes. No Yorion. So this is like a, playing with a Gruul. Or not. No, I don't know if it's Gruul or not. This turn 3 board wipe, especially in Historic, is really good. Nope, 3 colors. Creature decks. Apocalypse. It is a cool name. It could just say 2021. Same thing. Q. Alright, Giant Killer. Our deck doesn't like creatures. This kind of acts as a pseudo remove something from their hand. Get the peek at it. And our opponent feels like us for Sultai. I know the feeling. Creatures can't win. Yep. Is there such thing as a creature deck besides White Weenie? Do you creature bro? Yep, we got all the board wipes. Black has too many board wipes. It's just ridiculous. Do 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 do. Was he? No, he was playing white, red, green. I don't even think we changed anything. It's not a good hand, but I'll keep it. Nithor is really good. It can just kill anything. Oh, so he's playing the Gruul slash, like, former Gruul aggro slash, let's throw in white. Got it. Does he have another 1/1? Well, I have no doubt. I have no doubt that the Luminarch with Atheos is really good. But Sultai, I just don't know if it's fast enough for Sultai. Because they can literally pin their ears back. Are we going to die? On a Disdainful Stroke. Yeah, we're gonna die. Unless he makes a bad move. I trust our removal. But yeah, I see what you're saying with Blood Luminarch and Shepherd, you know, reviving your creatures. Problem is they play with Exile board wipes. And then to top it off, they use Disdainful Strokes and counter, like, negates. So they can just really just, like, kind of pin their ears back. Which is the same, like, in football. When a quarterback, like, if they're just going to, you know what they're going to do. So we get another weird hand. I keep it. Our sleeves don't do anything when you click on them. His sleeves makes a sound. Our sleeves just... Somebody should do a music video with, like, sleeves. Alright. Ooh. We need a green. We get white. Let me just beat him down with a 4/4. Let's try that. Just we'll create one. Screw it. We do need a green. Notice these sagas too. They kind of flap. Yeah, it's a pretty good deck. His little adventure thing. Yep, we'll take 5. Look at these sagas. You can't do that with any other card. Look. It's just sagas. Look. This is really good. It's like Escape to the Wilds. So, still being without green in our deck, we still have a lot of... We're buying ourselves time. But look at this. You can't do this with any other card. Look. You get a Saga. I realize our opponent's doing stuff. He's gonna do a lot of stuff. I've literally made fish. One time when I was playing for somebody, I literally was able to prep fish, put it in the oven, season it. Remember back in the cat oven days, the cauldron familiar? I'm like, yep, he's playing cat oven. Time to cook dinner. We need to get green. Take 4. Can we get a green mana? No, we cannot. Do we just want to exile? Let's see here. We can stay back and block. Oh, he's only at 6 life. Let's get rid of that. This thing's pretty good. It's like the new Evolving Wilds, really. In some ways it's better. My opponent's like, I know, I'll cast another one. Oh. This deck weird. It's a weird deck. It's so weird. Like it's such a weird. This deck's such a weird the way it wins. It's effectively weird. Why was I not getting enough green? Maybe... I think I made this deck at 3 o'clock in the morning. Because usually when I make decks that I think about, I put twos, like 2s and 2s. Yeah. Okay, so that should be better. He should have thrown in some fairies. Oh yeah, those 1/1s. Will we play Sultai? Oh, yep. There's the Orion. So we're playing Sultai in like 33% of our matches. Which means to play in the standard meta, you have to kill Sultai. Maybe it's not playing Sultai. I don't know. Is there a Yorion? Oh. Oh, let's not get our hopes up. Oh, okay, that came quick. Take a black and a white. Omen of the Sea. Okay, so it's like he's playing with snow. We got to see that green mana. Yep, it's confirmed. Sultai confirmed. He will cultivate. Okay. So realistically, I got to put these 4/4s on the ground. May God be with you, angels. But yeah, board wipe. Come on, Sultai. Or, actually, no. Come on, our deck. Alright. They have removal for days. We have mana for days. I guess that's relevant. So will he get an Emergent ultimatum? Will it happen on the next episode of Wheel of Fortune? Seriously, it's like spinning a wheel. It's like, did they get it? Did they not get it? Did they get it? There should be like betting odds, like live stream betting odds of Genesis or of Emergent ultimatum. Well, we're getting a lot of land. He's been through about 25% of his deck, so yeah, the odds are getting close. He'd have one. Vorinclex for your nighttime sneezing, coughing, and doesn't he sound like a medicine? Like who like made the first name of this card? Vorinclex. It sounds like an anti-congestant. And we have to kill anti-congestants. Oh yeah, that gorilla, that 7/6. I know what you're talking about. The gorilla that kills things. Yeah, that 7/6. If he has nothing, he's going to play Yorion. I mean, effectively, he's going to play it. If he's got nothing. If he has nothing, he's going to play it. Because you would not put Yorion out there to board wipe it. Okay, so he's got Emergent ultimatum. Q. So it's going to be the whole Valki, extra turn, and then it just depends. Vorinclex, Kiora or Shark. But you know it's going to be the extra turn. You know it's going to be Valki with Tibalt. Yep, exactly. It's the problem with the card is they need to remove what they did in Modern. You should not be able to cast a double side. That if they stop that, I think they won't do that, and the card will get banned. All right. Well, we can't let them have that. Oof. Yeah, it was kind of the game was kind of close, but not really. Yep. All right. Let's be honest, creatures are worthless in this matchup. I'll try that. So you've been playing Sultai a lot too? Is doing the same thing over and over again, getting the same results. Yeah, lead off with a black. Let's see that hand. So he just went like kamikaze on the creature removal. We don't play with creatures. We're smart. We've evolved. Why would you play with creatures? Unless you're white or red rush. Who plays with silly creatures? Alright, so he's got a lot of removal and a cultivate. And there's our Twitching Saga. Let's see if he drew anything pretty. Let's get rid of that. Yeah, so far Sultai has our number. That's really what they can do. They can just sit there with the board wipes and counter spells and then just draw the Emergent ultimatum and cast it. Pretty much what the deck does. And that's why you're seeing white weenie. He's going to flicker that, but we don't play with creatures. Actually, I should have played that. Creatures were so 2018. Guess we'll just kill that. So this also helps fetch. This is why you can play with triomes. It'll grab a triome, because a lot of the triomes are forests like this. See? Well, he's got 2 board wipes, so casting this would be creatures. So that would make sense. Ugin. Well, hopefully he doesn't have a negate or a disdainful stroke. Ready? The Wheel of Sultai. Or you can just do that. The way this game is going, I probably should have removed his board wipes early on. Because would we have a lot of angels? Look at the board. I even forgot about that board wipe. Look at the board wipes. Just in one color. just in one hand. Like, we're not even talking about Heartless Axe and Ultimates and Bloodchief's Thirsts. Like, look at that. Oh, I played right into the thing. That was my bad. I played, like, just walked right into it. Let's see how many board wipes he has this time. Literally, I don't know what they were thinking making this many board wipes. Like, it's just crazy. I guess I might as well just cast this. And then we're both just going to sit here. Q. So if I can remove his extinction event, and then if he doesn't draw another board wipe, then maybe we just drop this down and win. How many of these can we drop? 2. Wait, 1, 2, 3. I don't know. I'm gonna shoot for 5, and then it'll correct me. Okay, I can't. All right, well, shoot for 4. It'll correct me if I can't. Okay. They're all 1/1s. Oh, yeah, that's right. He's gonna kill me. He's got trample. That is the most pathetic way to die. That has to be the most pathetic. I am going to clip that, even though it has me on the losing end. But that is the most pathetic way to die. You know, I have the Sultai deck. I have the Yorion and the non-Yorion, but I'm trying not to play it. See, Wings of Rotator's got the counter spells. Like mid-cast, just counter their stuff. But when I play with this deck, we don't get matched up versus Sultai. We'll get matched up versus, like, White Weenie or Grow Aggro or something. Marduk's not fast enough. Mardu Knights. Even though its curve is 1.9. Now I will tell you, Smiley, no, this is standard. Nope. This is my Mardu Knights deck in standard. Maybe we call in the Knights. You would think with 32 creatures, 33 with Gigantha, it'd be fast enough to kill Sultai Control. The Party Ghosts. Hopefully his party's got Sultai in it, because really at this point, that's all I want to play against. Do you have Yorion? We switch decks? Of course he does not have it. Alright. And I just realized I took a bad hand. Dire Tactics is really good because you get rid of Wicked Wolf, Haloid Sun Crowned, the 3/1 Indestructible that White Weenie runs. So we'll have to see here. Mulligan's down to 5 cards. So could this be a Tibalt Trickery? Or the Shuffler just screwing him over? Okay. Okay, it's Red Rush. Got you. So we're hurting because we don't have red. I actually really took a really bad hand, to be honest with you. I was so focused on Yorion. I took a really bad hand. And my decision looks worse with every progressive mana. Alright, doesn't really matter. We want to get rid of Robber because Robber is just anything that he pills off. Our deck is so cheap. Anything he pills off, he could utilize. So I hope that he gets a land. He makes this into a creature. He attacks. Okay, he doesn't. Oh, Torbrand. Okay. If I block it, okay, so I'm going to pass this one. And the reason why is I want him to get... I need to get mana here. But I want him to get cocky and attack with this. So then we can bring down our Death Toucher. So I want him to, without Embercleave. Okay. So he probably has Embercleave, but we'll try this. We'll give that Death Touch. I'm assuming he has Embercleave, because if he didn't, he would have swung with this 4/3. Or have a Bone Crusher Giant. Okay, so... good news. We can kill this. That's kind of what we were hoping for, without the Bone Crusher Giant. He didn't kill our 2/2. Now we need red. Okay. Yeah, I mean, I'm going to have to block it. Okay, there's Embercleave. We'll take out our Rimrock Knights and board in Shield and Breath. Okay. Since he's playing mono red, it makes our elimination a little bit easier. So that was meant for Winota decks. But it makes our removal a little bit easier to board in. I'm still going to keep some of the dire tactics, because if he plays Annex, if you exile it, they don't get a bunch of tokens. So I'll just chalk that up to we didn't get the mana properly. And Temple of Malice. Keep Kudrow. Looks like Eric Cartman in 50 years. That's why I named the deck Cow. Alright, true story. Here we go. Let's take all the damage. Rimrock Knight. Swing for 2. Yeah, so Red Rush and White Rush will be they'll be decks, because again, the soul tie. Yep, we'll take it. No attacks. Ew. A lot of mana. Okay. Ping him for a little bit of life. I'm just nervous that he's going to have Embercleave. Hopefully he doesn't. Let's see here. Oh, that's cool, Smiley. Let's see. We got hopes and prayers. Okay. Let these all go. Does he have Embercleave? Yeah, we have to block that. Well, that's not going to help. Yep. We're dead either way. Okay, there you go. So the question is Sultai the deck of decks? I think it might be in standard. right. So this is a flyer. Whenever, so basically, if you have, it gets +1/+1 for each flyer that you have. This right here, spells that your opponents cast to target a creature with flying cost 2 more. Slows them down a little bit. So he's playing Radkos with white, more than likely. Let's see here. That does. Baneslayer? Let's just see if we can hover over him. The only thing you worry about still with these decks is Claim the Firstborn. Taint the Rankle. Again, they still have the advantage in this one. Yep. Yep. All right, so let's actually attack this time. Okay, I see what you did with your deck. It's like an artifact. Kind of. Pseudo. You pluck in for 2. We're going to pluck in for 2. So, this deck, they use the, that new crew vehicle. If you crew it, you have 3 white. That's what typically they put in this deck. I'm kind of waiting for him to cast this. Nothing. Okay, so we have a little bit of wings here. Because this will give it double strike. I still gotta sit back on the counterspell. Yeah, I have a Sultai deck that doesn't play. It didn't have. Yeah, Ugin's really effective in the late game versus the Sultai with Kiora. I agree. So if I drop this, the most I can do is 8. Or 6. So that's not... Yeah, I'm forced to... Oh, wait. I should just outright played that. Green. Is that my favorite color? Just it really has nothing to do with my favorite color. It's just with the it's just with the meta of just to be able to ramp. Place those counter spells. I'll just go ahead with the deck. Because if I actually look at the last, let me see here. If I look at the last, let me just go. I messed around with artifact ramp. I kind of did a little bit what you did with the mirror. It's cost 3 Carlos, and you tap it for 2. I actually wish they made more mirrors, like they did back in it was like 2011 mirrors. They made a lot of those suckers. Bring Bonder out. Does he have Claim the Firstborn? And a mana. I'll take my chances. Well, he's got the mana. Does he have Claim the Firstborn? Okay. One better. Might as well just play it. Yep. All right. Give that lifelink and just put a counter on the bird. I don't know. So I've looked at some of the tournament results. It's a lot of the same decks that we kind of faced tonight. It's like a Sultai. Radkos. Grow aggro will pay a visit every once in a while. Got another cat. It honestly looks like Zendikar standard. I don't know if you remember, like a couple months ago, it was like Grow aggro, rogues, like Dimir control, and then like Esper. Now it's like the same 5 or 6. It's like red blue control, Radkos, Sultai, white weenie, and you see like red rush. We can poop out a bird. Give him lifelink. Yeah, that's pretty much all it is. And yeah, you're going to see more of the red rush and white rush because that's what we saw with Wilderness Reclamation. I keep on going back to Wilderness Reclamation, but you know, back in the summer, he's got another claim. Yeah. $12. Yeah, so I think people realize you have to kill Sultai, just like with Wilderness Reclamation. You know, White Weenie, I remember there was a point where like the Red Bull tournaments were getting to the point where like even the matchmakers were trying to they actually said it on camera. That's what's weird. They actually said it on camera. They were trying to prevent Wilderness Reclamation versus Wilderness Reclamation matchups, but unfortunately Wilderness Reclamation was played at such a high rate, and then it was also winning at such a high rate. So in one tournament, a white weenie deck snuck in, and then everybody copied the white weenie deck, and people didn't realize the only reason why that weenie deck won was because the field was saturated with Wilderness Reclamation playing versus each other. So what happened was those Reclamation decks took out all of their creature removal because they counted on the mirror match. So once you start to see counter spells main boarded in Sultai, which we're now seeing, they are prepared for the mirror match. Kind of like Wilderness Reclamation was. And so it kind of leaves this weird thing. Oh yeah, well in the pro tournaments they know each other, right? So like if you don't think Autumn doesn't play test versus let's say you know, just name somebody. You know, they'll all play test each other, or if they don't play test each other, since they help each other build decks, like typically in groups of 4 or 5 or 6. Well, if you help somebody build the deck, and then you're playing against them in a tournament, well, you know what they're playing. So I kind of take those tournaments with a grain of salt. I like to see tournaments that actually have like 1,000 or like 500 people, and not the ones that just have like 32 and they all know each other. Like because I kind of take that with a grain of salt. I like to see the greater stat tournaments, and but all right, so what deck? Let's see here. Let's see here. I wish they would reprint Shifting Ceratops. I'm trying to think. See, in one of my Sultai decks, I play with this piece of lard. This guy. And the reason why I do it is because spells with 5 or greater cannot be countered. And they cost 1 less. And it literally gets around... Shadow's Verdict. So they have to burn an extinction event usually. But I don't want to play with Sultai. I'm trying to beat it. How powerful do you think White Nymph enchantment is? White Nymph enchantment. Are you just talking about like blue-green deck that just loads up a creature? Nymph. Let me see to get like where they just like stack with Lurrus. Okay. So we need a deck that deals with Rush, but then deals with Sultai. Pretty much what it comes down to. Oh, so that 1/1 that I was over, that little Alcye's Bounty. You talking about that deck? And then just like load them up with enchantments, like all that glitters, and just like load them up to kill. All right, so let's see here. Yeah, the only thing they've done... So I ran an enchantment deck. Not the one that I ran earlier tonight. All they have to do is just Extinction Event. What has nobody thought of? I mean, I do have an infinite mill deck. Let me hold that thought for a second. Okay. Okay, we're cool. Say changes again. It's a little weird. I think this is it. And that is not it. What in the God's green earth was I thinking when I made this? I don't know what I was thinking. I was thinking, okay, if I can't, I'll just mill them and try to disrupt them. But I just looked at the deck and I'm like, yeah, that was a horrible idea. Where is it? There it is. Okay, so all you do, you need one in your hand or one in the graveyard or both in your graveyard. That's it. You just need two. And this. Because of the legendary, so you mill yourself, put this back on the battlefield. But this will, because this will come back. You can. This is anything. So this can be an elf. You put this back on the battlefield. You mill yourself. The legendary rule will kick in. It'll kill this one. You keep on milling yourself. Then you just drop down Thassa, and you win. The problem is it's a three-piece combo. That's the problem. I forget I was going to put a card in the deck to make it better. But I forget what that was. But that's really just a funny deck. I don't think it's a deck to take seriously. I mean, it's funny. I mean, it's funny when it wins. Because there's like nothing your opponent can ever do. See, what I was doing in one of my decks is I was actually playing. Okay. I was doing, I believe, the Fury Master of Time with vorinclex. So I have the Sultai non-Yorion, and I have the Sultai Yorion. But like you, I put Ugin in mine for the reasons why you put Ugin in your artifact deck. Because if they outpace you, then you could just drop down Ugin and be like, well, okay. I also play with Liliana as well, because ultimating Liliana with vorinclex. Then I have the traditional Yorion. Except the only difference is I actually just put 2 outer Gargroths. Ruined Halo. Let's see. Put my decks at the bottom, didn't it? Ruined Halo protects you from a source. But they could just kill it pretty easy. Sultai's really diverse because they can just kill it with that new Saga card that just destroys enchantment, that just destroys a non-land permanent. I mean, essentially, Sultai is the best deck in the format. Which is not something I like to accept, but it is pretty OP. Because I was talking to somebody else, and they play Historic. And I said, have you played against Emergent Ultimatum? And they didn't know what I was talking about. Then they switched to Standard. And they messaged me. They're like, okay, now I know what you're talking about. They had, like, no clue what Sultai, like, how heavily Sultai was played. They had, because they were playing Historic quite a bit. Okay, so if we go green as a base, what was that, Theros? What was that, Arios? What's that guy's name? Dang it, I can't think of him. Put in God. He costs 6. The one flaw with this is, though, at the beginning of your end step. At the beginning of your end step. You may exchange control of target non-basic a shared card type. So the question is there enough support in the form of power of creatures? In these colors. Yeah, the only thing with Sultai, their main board wipers are just all Exilers. Shadow's Verdict and also Extinction Event. That's the big problem. That is the deal. So what creature support would be good? Okay, so they didn't really give white-black a lot of support. Like, as a color combo in the set. The gorilla. But we also have to be good versus blitz. That's the thing. We also have to be good against blitz decks. So, like, indirectly, we have to have board wipes ourselves. Because White Rush is White Weenie, Red Rush. Unless we make this like a jacked up... I don't know what this is going to look like, but... I don't know if that's utilizing our deck, though. Where's my lifelinker? Speaker of the Heavens. Fetter. Okay, so we have to think about what this deck is trying to do. It's trying not to diverse soul tie. Right now, how we have it set right now, they can just wipe it easy. So, if we go with... Speaker of the Heavens. Wherever she's at. Nightmare Shepherd. Oh, by the way, that's what they're putting in their the Radcoast decks. They're putting in that. Snow Plow. So let me just, for sake of purposes, let me just do that. And so we have 10 cards to work with. 23 creatures. Okay, let's get rid of that. We could go like green's got the power, but it's just so slow. In today's standard, it's crazy to think that an Elder Gargroth is too slow. Yeah, we have to be able to see what made Gruul so effective, even with Fires of Intervention in the format. Like, I actually play 6 and 2 in the Red Bull with all that bull crap last year. And it's because when they board wipe and you're able to drop down a Robber of the Riches, they board wipe, you're able to drop down a Questing Beast, the haste is what really gets those decks. Unfortunately, but they can board wipe and then come back next turn with Emergent Ultimatum. That's the biggest difference. That's what makes Sultai so hard, because it can wipe you can drop down a Questing Beast, but then that doesn't matter if they hit the Emergent Ultimatum, because then that's where it just goes to crap. And that's the problem that Gruul aggro probably has right now. Let's see. So we have to be able to kill them very quickly. Very, very quickly. maybe like is there anything black that really dominates? Like just as a black creature. I mean, I know there's some big boppers. I know like that one is a really good one, but it costs 6. Yeah, I'm thinking. Let me see if black has anything. Black has good cards. It's just there's nothing that stops the. Emergent ultimatum just a really freaking good card right now. I mean, one good strategy versus the white weenie deck is you can board wipe and then bring this out and just create a bunch of zombies as a win con. Or versus like Red Rush. You know, just. The new vampire. Which one's the new vampire? Mm-hmm. Silence enchantment? I'm not sure what you're talking about. Does it have the word silence in it? Players can't cast more than one non-creature spell. Like that thing? What if we do... I don't know. Do we want to see a questing beast fly? Um... Alright, so we got to get out our mana pretty quickly. You know, actually, I don't know if that belongs in the deck. Yeah, I've actually done that deck before. It's more of a best of one deck. I know what you're talking about. Like, grab Nymph, all that glitters. I called it the Sun deck. Yeah, so, yeah, you just... It's kind of like White Rush, but it's... Yeah, you have the... You have that to back it up. Or what if we went with Lurrus? Like, what if we just made this... Because Lurrus has a lot of devotion. And I'm not saying put it in the companion spot, but like drop 2 of these. There's some life gain. How many creatures are we working with here? 23. Then what if we do... What if we were to splash green just to give us mana support? No, I think that's too much. We could go... And what I mean by double devotion, because if we go back to that god, right? And this could slow them down too. Then what if we just green support? It's gonna look really weird. We could go cultivate. Maybe I put 3 saviors. Two of those so I can sneak in. Questing beast on top of this is a weird looking deck. Oops. Let's see. Put Destiny Spinners in there. We can put Agonizing Remorse. Let's see. Where's Toski at? This also would have worked as a ramp spell, kind of. But let's see, Lures is 2 or less. Wait a minute. The problem is I can't sideboard. See, what if we like play against rogues? I don't know. We could try to work on this. This is definitely an odd deck. But it doesn't mean it can't work. What about this enchantment right there? Just make our things fly. Oops. I guess put another on the sideboard. Let's see here. So we have to work on our mana base. So let's get the triome. So we'll just put those in there, then the pathways. We can try it. It's don't know what to call the deck. Oh boy. Yeah, who knows? Maybe we'll have a flying questing beast. Okay, so perfect. So they're playing with obviously Sultai. Alright, I mean, not a bad first hand. It's kind of like White Weenie. It's like White Weenie, but with like recursion, I guess. It's got 30 creatures, so... I think we play this. All right. You know, I'm gonna bring this out really quick. There she is. Well, it doesn't really matter. We're just trying to thin out our deck, really. Do they have it? No, they have that. Tough break. Opponent's probably, what is the deck? Yeah, mana's got us a little bit. Oh. Well. Let's see here. Not much we could do there. All right. I only have 24 on the deck. Lands. Actually, What if we just take Helloid out? Yeah, I think we'll have to put in big green creatures. The only problem is that effectively they're too slow. It's just there's so much board wipes for that deck. Let's see here. He's like, which one do I kill? How about we attack first? Drop down Lyris. Maybe I should have done that afterward. Actually, I should have brought this down. Because if he has an extinction event, and then it costs 4 more, it costs 2 more. So that tells us he probably has an extinction event. So we'll just sacrifice the dog, give it indestructible. Bring the dog back out. Actually, if he board wipes, yeah, we'll put on him. He's at 1. I could have made a flyer. That's what I should have done. Honestly, I think this is keeping us like in the game. Let's see if it is. Does he have like a Shadow's Verdict and this is like Maybe for this one, we take these gods out, put this in, and put one more of these in. I think that flyer saved us. That cost addition makes them cost additional too. Let me guess, he's going to sideboard every counterspell and board wipe he possibly has in that sideboard. But yeah, they got to change the ruling on Emergent Ultimatum that you can't cast a double side. If they don't, then I think there's going to be like other bannings. Because Sultai, I mean, doesn't it feel like we played Sultai like almost at 33% levels, if not greater? Yeah, so it's like two demonic tutors with one mana. No, it's like two demonic tutors and like two fires of intervention in one turn. That's what it's kind of like. Dang it. We have a hand, but... Ugh. Yeah, I agree that it's not really Emergent Ultimatum that's been the problem, right? Because it's been in the format for a long time. It's the allowing the double side. Take one from the dog. All right, well, it'd be nice to have Garuk, the Harbinger, out. No blocks. Yep. Ain't still time you run a 3-color deck though. It's finicky. It's like dun dun dun. He's got the game, no matter what. We just missed our land drops, or we just got bad. I mean, our mana's right, but what if we take Haloid out? Let's see here. See, the one way you can beat the Sultai deck is with a Sultai deck. You don't have to run the Emergent ultimatums. Yeah, we'd have to get this out pretty fast to kill the creatures and then get them back. We could have a flying freaking Elder Gargoth. Yeah, they'll be able to kill Scute Swarm and Lotus Cobra pretty quickly. Because think about it. You look at all the board wipes. So they have, like, let's go to my Sultai for a second. I think this is mine without the. So this is what this is what they look like, right? Now you step back and look at that. They have Shadows, Verdicts, Extinction Events. And then on top of it, they have the new spell where other creatures get -3/-3. So you have that board wipe as well. So you have 3 board wipes just in black. And then you have like direct kill spells that are so cheap. So literally all they have to do is just pop, 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 sit back, board wipe whenever you feel like it, and then Genesis, then do this, and then now the one thing that they hated was when I would do no Yorion, but when I would put in Teferi Master of Time with vorinclex, because it really puts stress on your opponent pretty quickly. Now, I ran this deck without Emergent ultimatums, but eventually you have to do reconcile that. But again, we would just be playing with Sultai, just without the Yorion. And that's where I put this card right here. Spells 5 or greater can't be countered and cost 1 less to cast, because they like to counter in the mirror match. Then I put Coma. This spell can't be countered. So this is kind of like the mirror beater. But I don't want to play with Sultai to beat Sultai. Well, have no idea what I was thinking with this. So like with this deck, it's got a lot of post-board hand removal. Because, yeah, 4 agnozing remorses, 3 duresses, 4 Kroxas, 2 necromentias. But the problem is, it's like 50-50 versus Sultai, and then the other decks. Here's the other card that they're playing with. Choose a creature type. Creatures that aren't the chosen type get -3/-3. So there's just so many black board wipes. Yeah, there's enchantment mana. The wolf. Let's look at the Sultai. Right here, Wolf Wallow Haven. Now, I did think about... Oh god, let me just get the green. Okay. See, mono green by itself isn't as good. So but if I just build up on the sideboard of that. Let's get in the land here. So at least we can just remember we have 24 land. Okay. So we can get really big creatures on the battlefield that are pretty... Yeah, Tail's End. Yeah, I agree. Tail's End would be a great card. If they would just reprint Shifting Ceratops or something, that would have been awesome. Like, Crag Plate Bulloff is in the format, but it costs 7, and it... See, here's what Sultai allows you to do with Pokoronos Unchained, is with the Fury Master of Time, it allows you to put stuff in your graveyard. It allows you to put stuff in your graveyard so you can bring them out. We don't want to play with Sultai, but we could play like Sultai Creature, where you have to Fury Master of Time, and it just helps you rip through your deck. Or you can self-mill, but it's easier to do it with the Fury Master of Time, instead of like self-milling yourself. That's another option. But then we'd be playing Sultai. That would be the problem. Wolf. Yep. We'd have to play Sultai to do that. You could self-mill in Jund because of Radkos. Essentially, that's what Radkos does. They self-mill themselves. But Teferi Master of Time does the best of both worlds. It allows you to draw a card and you mill. Kind of has the best of both. So you don't have to waste all the time like with all the other spells just to do one thing. Teferi Master of Time kind of does it all. Actually, in this deck, if we splash blue... Hey, Brixton. Yeah, mono blue tempo. Yeah, I agree. But yeah, I don't. We can build a Sultai creature deck to beat Sultai. Like that's what I'm saying. If we put Teferi Master of Time in this deck, we can put Kroxa in here as well. Rip their hand apart, self mill. If they kill our creatures, who cares? We could even put vorinclex in the deck because we have so much ramp. We have Lotus Cobras, Cultivates. We can put vorinclex in the deck, and then Teferi just gets big quick. Like, he gets big really quick. The only problem is we're going to be playing with freaking Sultai. This is not Sultai ultimatum, but we'll be playing with Sultai creature. That's the only thing. Because we already have 18 creatures in the deck, and we still have 12 more. We could, we still have 12. But that mana base. See, if we add Teferi to this mana base. Now we're playing with 4 colors. And then I don't think Heart of Keld would be worth the keep. But I want to see if we can manage without any blue. But Teferi Master of Time would really... Because, see, this is what people do. They'll self-mill with this, and then they'll self-mill with, like... They spend so many cards to self-mill, where you just really need Teferi Master of Time. They'll use these, and... In Radkos, that makes sense, because it's 2 colors, but... Like, Teferi Master of Time, like, does it all for you. That's what's nice about that part. But if we're to make this a non-Sultai deck, although if we put blue in here, we could smack them back with a Genesis Ultimatum. Let's see. So I think we have enough mana ramp. We have 4 Lotus Cobras, 3 Wolf Wallow Havens, and 3 Cultivates. That's a lot. Actually, we can actually make this teamer. Can't we? No. We could make it self-mill. For those. Two of those. Main board Kroxa. I don't know how this will work. Oh yeah, Winota. Yeah, Winota. Yeah, you got to beat him. That's what I've been saying all night. You got to beat him by turn 6. Pretty much. It's kind of like the old wilderness reclamation. You had to beat wilderness reclamation pretty quickly. I don't know. We could try this. What's great about this self-mill card is that you can actually return a creature or land from your graveyard to your hand. So you can mill a creature, and then so like fundamentally, sometimes with the mill decks, the self-mill decks, the problem is they'll mill a card that they need. Like, oops. It's like hit or miss. That's why Radkos can look really great, or it can be like, like how many times have you seen Radkos mill their own, like Claim the Firstborn? It's like, oops. But at least with this one, you can actually get something back. Like with this one, you're just kind of screwed. But maybe this will work. I don't know how well this will do versus White Rush. That's the problem. How's Winota been going, though? Like, overall? Let's see. I think our sideboard's pretty much straightforward. We might want to put creature removal in our sideboard. In particular, the new one. So let's start off by agonizing remorse. Or learn how to spell it first. I'm just so out of it. All right. We'll board in as much hand removal as we can, but we also have to address that there are other decks in the format. So we're going to need things like yeah, we're going to need let's just narrow it down to Kaldheim. It'll take care of White Weenie. Where's that little pecker at? Right there. Choose a creature type. Creatures that aren't of the chosen type get -3/-3. It's like, yeah, I'll choose Merfolk, whatever. And then everything else gets -3/-3. That kills all their indestructible stuff. Like their 3/1. Okay, Mardu, Winota. Let's see. Each non-land card in your hand has Foretell. Its Foretell cost is 2 less the reduced. All right. What about? Because we still have to worry about. My spelling is just like dead. Oh, because I'm stuck in Kaldheim. That's why. Oh, I guess since we're a creature deck, we do have to worry about the blue-red counterspell deck. So we'll have to put in Destiny Spinners in there. Alright, so now we just got to get the land running appropriately. Devour. That could be a thing. But yeah, I've been trying like to not do like a Sultai build, but I think a Sultai creature build could beat it. You know, I'm just gonna do a backdoor Ugin. I don't know. We'll see. All right, so land, right? There is no Jund Triome, so we have to rely on pathways. This could be utter horrible. So we actually want our matchup to be Sultai, and then another matchup of like a non-meta, or like a meta deck. That's what we want. Is there a Yorion? But there is Red Rush. I don't think our little Lotus Cobra is going to live. Probably should have dropped that. So obviously he's got Embercleave. Great. All right. Let's go with that. We'll just get rid of Lotus Cobra because they'll kill it. Kept a one-lander. All right. We'll remove that and that. Yeah, they're just getting hosed by the shuffler, really. They got the Scrooge by a shuffler. So we got Lotus Cobra, Buffalo Haven. I'm going to choose to add this because it won't die. They'll kill Lotus Cobra straight up. We have to do this really quick. So, let me drop that. They'll kill it. That's why I had to do it really quick. We knew that was going to happen. Alright, so here... we can go with a board... We can drop Elder Gargroth. We can go with a board wipe. Let's drop Gargroth. Because, okay, so did he just like top deck Evercleave? Alright. I'm going to guess a giant yes. Yeah, we're pretty much dead. Close, but no cigar. We'll give it one more chance. Taku. So what do we want to see? Like, if he's not playing Soul Tide, then it'll be the same decks like White Rush or Radkos or Red Blue. The one positive I can say about this deck so far, we move fast. Unfortunately, I hate to say it, but in today's standard, a 6/5 F5 is not good. It's not ideal. Which means I wonder if I can just build a Golgari build. Let's see what they're playing. Are they on rogues? We'll find out. No, Dimir control. All right. The cool part about this is we can remove something from their graveyard. I wonder if we could just straight Golgari this. Or... Oops, I meant to choose that. Never mind. Well, so if they get a board wipe, that would not be good. Well, I'm assuming he's going to want to counter spells, right? So, Destiny Spinner. So probably go with spinners. Probably get rid of Keld. Maybe even get rid of the self-mill. Open 4 agonizing remorses. Put the Kroxa. Put what's in there? Alright, so we got enough hand removal, I think. Can't counter creatures. We'll keep it. That is a nasty sideboard. Get rid of that. Well, we have nothing to take advantage of that. Him tapping out. So we know he's got a counter spell. Might as well let him use them all. Or not. I really don't feel like going into a counterspell with Utter Gargroth. Okay. But yeah, just get it over with. No? All right. We'll try Kroxa. I'll tell you what though, this deck is fast. Be nice if we had mana. Yep. I mean, we keep on getting we keep on getting a lot of mana here, but a little too much. But it's been firing at really good cylinders. I mean, as far as the mana goes, so that's the positive part. Okay. Yep. Saw that coming. So for us only having 24 mana, we've been really able to accelerate. Got it. Yeah, self-mill's pretty good. Let's just run that again. Our opponent seems happy. Okay, so here's Destiny Spinner right here. This is like the good part. So we'll go green, black, Destiny Spinner. Creatures, enchantment spells you control cannot be countered. Doesn't mean they can't kill it. Like that. So we'll drop this down. Get an additional mana source. Call green. Drop this down on that. All right. Play Cultivate. All right. Counters that, so we'll just smack him for 2. And he's got to land. Okay. In his land. The graveyard. I don't think he has any graveyard, so we'll just go. All right. So I don't know. So he's probably got a counter spell in his hand, more than likely. Nothing. Get rid of Ishiok. This will get countered. No? Just... I'm assuming that's going to get countered. Just tossing out random stuff. Yeah, so far tonight, guys, not playing a non-Sultai. That's the whole goal. Or not playing mono white. We're not trying to play any deck that, like Red Rush. We're not trying to do any of that. It has been futile. Now, the one thing that can be done, what I saw with that match, is possibly Teamer. I don't know if I want to do that. Okay. This is not a bad card to actually have in the sideboard. So things cannot be countered. I also think Sultai creatures could actually beat Sultai. That thing's pretty freaky. Guys, let me work on this. I'm gonna see what we can do. The whole goal is to beat the deck without using your typical decks, like mono white. Okay, red rush. Okay, Sultai versus Sultai. Okay, like we're trying not to do that. So it's been a little bit of a different night. I've been just firing different decks. And we'll just see how it goes. Now, my historic deck has a 58% win rate right now. So historic, it's got some broken stuff. So we're gonna try to look for solutions here. See if there's an alt deck. That can be done. And we'll just go from there. The whole point is you can build a deck for Sultai. You really can. But then the problem comes when you play the meta. Like the rest. And so, that has been the dealio. But anyway, let me know your experiences with Sultai. Anyway, all right, guys, I'm going to end this one. I was only going to do this for like 2 hours and turn it into 4.5. All right, guys. Well, until next time, feel free to follow. Again, Derek Roberts, MTG. Anyways,